Welcome in, fellow Potterheads. Tonight, beneath the starry ceiling of the Great Hall, we will be going over magical tales from the wizarding world to guide you gently into the realm of dreams. Before we disappear behind the veil of dreams, take a moment to cast your support spell, tap the like button, and join our magical community by subscribing. Also, I'm curious what time it is in your corner of the wizarding world. Whether you're watching from California, Hogsmeade, or London, share your location in the comments below. Your participation will be greatly appreciated and helps our magical community grow stronger. Now, the time for incantations has passed. Dim your lights, find your most comfortable position, and prepare to be transported to the world of witchcraft and wizardry as we begin tonight's magical tales. Chapter 1. Why Harry's Patronus was enhanced by Voldemort's soul fragment. The silver stag erupted from Harry Potter's wand in his third year at Hogwarts, galloping across the frozen lake to drive away hundreds of Dementors, a moment that would become legendary among those who witnessed it. A 13-year-old boy producing a Patronus so powerful it repelled a horde of dark creatures that seasoned wizards struggled to face individually. An extraordinary feat that, perhaps, had an extraordinary explanation. The Patronus charm is widely acknowledged as advanced magic, beyond the skill level expected of underage wizards. Remus Lupin himself expressed astonishment at Harry's ability to produce a corporeal Patronus at such a young age, let alone one with sufficient strength to ward off so many Dementors at once. While Harry's natural talent and determination certainly contributed to this achievement, there exists a fascinating theoretical perspective that suggests another factor was at play: the fragment of Voldemort's soul that resided within Harry's scar. When Voldemort attempted to kill Harry as an infant, the backfiring curse shattered his already fragmented soul, inadvertently embedding a piece within the boy who lived. This unintentional Horcrux remained with Harry until Voldemort himself destroyed it in the Forbidden Forest 17 years later. During those intervening years, this soul fragment existed symbiotically with Harry's own magical essence, potentially influencing aspects of his abilities in ways neither he nor his mentors fully comprehended. Consider the nature of the Patronus charm itself. The incantation Expecto Patronum translates roughly to "I await a protector," a summoning of positive energy to combat the despair induced by Dementors. The spell requires intense concentration on a powerfully happy memory, using that emotion to manifest a guardian that reflects the caster's inner self. For Harry, this manifestation took the form of a stag, matching his father's animagus form, a connection to profound love and protection. The traditional understanding of the Patronus suggests it draws solely from the positive emotional energy of the wizard casting it. However, what if the presence of Voldemort's soul fragment provided an additional wellspring of magical power from which Harry could unconsciously draw? What if, in moments of desperation, this parasitic fragment contributed to the exceptional strength of Harry's Patronus? This theory becomes particularly compelling when we consider Voldemort's relationship with Dementors. The Dark Lord commanded these creatures during both wizarding wars, suggesting an affinity, or at least a means of controlling them. Perhaps some aspect of this connection transferred to Harry through the soul fragment, enabling his Patronus to exert greater influence over the Dementors than would typically be possible for a wizard of his age and experience. The symbiotic relationship between Harry and the soul fragment manifested in numerous ways throughout the series: his ability to speak Parseltongue, the psychic connection to Voldemort's thoughts and emotions, and possibly even his natural aptitude for defense against the dark arts. It seems plausible that this connection might also have influenced his exceptional facility with the Patronus charm. Imagine the lake shore during that pivotal moment in Harry's third year. As the Dementors closed in on him and Sirius, Harry's desperation reached its peak. In that critical instant, perhaps the foreign soul fragment within him responded to the threat, its magic intermingling with Harry's own. The result, a Patronus of extraordinary brilliance and power, easily mistaken by observers as simply the product of Harry's exceptional ability, rather than the combined magical essence of two souls within one vessel. Further supporting this theory is the curious fact that Harry's Patronus never seemed to diminish in power after the destruction of the Horcrux within him. One might expect that losing a portion of magical energy would affect the strength of such an advanced spell, yet Harry continued to produce a fully corporeal Patronus after Voldemort's soul fragment was destroyed. This suggests that while the fragment may have initially enhanced Harry's ability to cast the spell, he eventually incorporated that power fully into his own magical capability, retaining it even after the Horcrux was gone. The theoretical enhancement of Harry's Patronus through Voldemort's soul fragment offers an elegant explanation for a young wizard's extraordinary magical achievement. It contextualizes Harry's exceptional ability within the unique circumstance of his connection to Voldemort without diminishing his personal accomplishment. After all, few wizards could have channeled such combined magical energy effectively, regardless of its source. This perspective also highlights an ironic twist in the relationship between Harry and Voldemort. The Dark Lord's inadvertent contribution may have empowered one of Harry's most potent defensive abilities, a protection against creatures Voldemort himself commanded. It suggests that even in his most malevolent act, Voldemort unwittingly strengthened the very boy destined to defeat him. For 7 years, Harry carried a piece of his greatest enemy within him. This fragment influenced aspects of his character and magical ability in ways both obvious and subtle. The enhanced Patronus theory proposes that not all of these influences were detrimental, that in some instances, the parasitic soul actually augmented Harry's natural talents, particularly in moments of extreme need. The implications of this theory extend beyond just understanding Harry's magical prowess. It raises profound questions about the nature of the soul and wizarding magic, the transferability of magical essence between vessels, and the complex interplay between light and dark magic. If Voldemort's fragmented soul could enhance a spell as fundamentally light as the Patronus charm, what does that suggest about the moral neutrality of magic itself? As you drift towards sleep, consider the possibility that the most powerful version of Harry's stag Patronus came not just from his own considerable magical talent, but from an unwitting collaboration between two opposing magical souls temporarily sharing one vessel. How might our understanding of magical achievement change if we recognized that sometimes our greatest strengths arise not solely from within ourselves, but from unexpected connections to others, even our enemies? Chapter 2. The Hidden Meaning of Dumbledore's Knee Scar. In the quiet shadows of magical speculation, some of the most intriguing mysteries often hide in plain sight, mentioned briefly and then seemingly forgotten. Among these subtle enigmas lies a curious detail about Albus Dumbledore, a scar above his left knee, perfectly shaped like the London Underground. Let us explore a theoretical path less traveled, where this seemingly minor characteristic might hold far deeper significance than a mere whimsical anecdote. When Harry first meets Dumbledore in the fullness of the headmaster's character, the elderly wizard sits behind his desk, half-moon spectacles perched upon his crooked nose, wearing purple robes embroidered with silver stars. Yet beneath these visible eccentricities lies the hidden mark, a scar with a very specific shape, one that connects the magical world's greatest wizard to the mundane transportation system of Muggle London. Consider the peculiarity of this connection. Of all the shapes a scar might take, of all the patterns that might have been etched into Dumbledore's flesh, why would J.K. Rowling choose the London Underground? This network of tunnels beneath the city represents connection, passages between destinations, and most significantly, a system hidden from view, but essential to the functioning of the world above. Perhaps this is no coincidence, but rather a subtle metaphor for Dumbledore's own nature and purpose. The theoretical significance begins with the question of how Dumbledore acquired such an unusual scar. The books never explicitly tell us, leaving room for fascinating speculation. What if this mark resulted not from a simple accident or magical mishap, but from a profound encounter at the intersection of the magical and Muggle worlds? What if the scar represents Dumbledore's deep connection to both realms, a physical manifestation of his understanding that the wizarding and Muggle worlds, though separate, are inextricably linked in ways most wizards fail to comprehend. Imagine a young Albus, perhaps during the time before Grindelwald, exploring the boundaries between magical and non-magical existence. The London Underground, with its labyrinthine passages winding beneath the city like secret pathways, might have been the site of a transformative encounter or discovery, one that literally left its mark on him. Perhaps he intercepted dark wizards planning to sabotage this Muggle infrastructure, or maybe he discovered ancient magic flowing along the same channels that the underground trains would later follow. The timing of the Scar's acquisition is worthy of consideration. The London Underground began operation in 1863, when Dumbledore would not yet have been born. However, its expansion continued throughout his lifetime, with many iconic lines and stations being constructed during his youth and early adulthood. The map of the Underground as we recognize it today, with its distinctive interconnected pattern, was designed in 1931, when Dumbledore would have been approximately 50 years old, already a powerful wizard in his prime, but decades before Harry would know him. This timing suggests another intriguing possibility. What if the Scar relates to Dumbledore's activities during the global wizarding war against Grindelwald, which roughly coincided with the Muggle Second World War? During this period, the underground stations served as air raid shelters for Londoners escaping the Blitz. Could Dumbledore have been involved in secret operations to protect Muggles sheltering there from magical threats? Might he have engaged in a duel with Grindelwald's followers in those tunnels, one that left him permanently marked? The theory grows more compelling when we consider the symbolic meaning of the underground map itself. Unlike geographically accurate representations, the underground map is a schematic diagram, a simplified version of reality designed to make complex paths navigable. In this way, it parallels Dumbledore's own approach to guiding Harry through the labyrinthine challenge of opposing Voldemort. The headmaster never revealed the entire truth at once, but instead provided simplified directions at each junction, leading Harry gradually toward his destination. The London Underground map also represents connectivity, showing how seemingly distant locations relate to one another through hidden pathways. This mirrors Dumbledore's greatest strength, his ability to see connections that others missed, to understand how various people, events, and pieces of magic related to each other in ways that even the most brilliant witches and wizards overlooked. From the relationship between Voldemort's diary and the other Horcruxes, to the connection between Harry's blood and his protection, Dumbledore excelled at tracing the invisible lines between significant points. There exists another layer to this theoretical interpretation, the notion that the Scar might have been acquired through deliberate magical means, rather than accident or injury. What if Dumbledore, recognizing the symbolic power of the underground map as a representation of hidden pathways and connections, magically imprinted it upon himself as a permanent reminder of his mission? Perhaps it served as a personal emblem of his commitment to understanding the complex web of fate and circumstance that would eventually lead to Voldemort's downfall. Consider the placement of the Scar, above the knee, on a part of the body usually concealed by robes. This location suggests something personal, not meant for public display or interpretation. It was a reminder for Dumbledore alone, visible only when he chose to reveal it, much like his most closely held plans and secrets. The fact that he mentions it to McGonagall in such a casual manner, when she could easily read his Scar as she would any map, implies a level of trust that he extended to very few. The depth of this connection takes on greater significance when we reflect on Dumbledore's appreciation for Muggle culture and invention. While many pure-blood wizards dismissed Muggle achievements as inferior to magic, Dumbledore recognized their ingenuity. The London Underground represented a triumph of Muggle engineering and design, a system that achieved through technology what wizards accomplished through magic: the ability to travel rapidly between distant points, hidden from ordinary sight. More profoundly, the Scar might represent Dumbledore's understanding that the fates of the magical and Muggle worlds were inseparably intertwined. Just as the Underground supports the city above it, with countless Londoners depending on its hidden network without giving it much thought, So too does the wizarding world exist alongside the Muggle one, its actions and decisions affecting Muggle lives in ways they never comprehend. Perhaps Dumbledore's scar served as a constant reminder of this responsibility, that what happens below affects what happens above, and that wizards had a duty to consider how their actions impacted the wider world. There remains one final, tantalizing possibility in this theoretical exploration, that the scar was neither purely accidental nor entirely deliberate, but something in between. What if it resulted from a moment when Dumbledore's magic responded instinctively to his deepest values and perspectives? A moment when his internal understanding of the world's connected nature manifested physically without conscious intent, etching itself into his flesh as a permanent reflection of his innermost comprehension of reality. As the candlelight flickers across these possibilities, we find ourselves contemplating not just a curious physical mark, but a potential window into Dumbledore's most fundamental understanding of his role in connecting different worlds, different people, and different times. The scar, with its perfect replication of a system designed to guide people through complex pathways, may well have been the outer manifestation of Dumbledore's inner compass, the visible sign of the invisible map he followed throughout his long and consequential life. As you drift toward the realm of dreams, consider this question: if our bodies could bear the marks of our deepest understandings and most essential purposes, what form might they take? Would you, like Dumbledore, carry the imprint of connection and hidden pathways, or would your skin tell a different story about the truths that guide your journey through this world? Chapter 3. How the Triwizard Tournament was designed for peace after a war. In the ancient halls of magical history, where memories linger like morning mist over the Hogwarts lake, there exists a tradition whose true purpose has been obscured by time and spectacle. The Triwizard Tournament, with its blazing goblet of fire and death-defying tasks, appears at first glance to be merely a competition of magical prowess, a grand exhibition of skill and courage. Yet beneath this dazzling surface may lie a far more profound purpose, one born not from the desire for glory, but from the ashes of conflict and the desperate hope for lasting harmony. The tournament's origins stretch back over 700 years, established around the late 13th century, a time of significant turmoil in both the magical and Muggle worlds. Europe was fractured by conflicts, with borders constantly shifting and alliances forming and dissolving like potion ingredients in a cauldron. The magical communities of Britain, France, and Northern Europe were similarly divided, their isolation from one another breeding suspicion and occasional hostility. Imagine the wizarding world of that era, fractured and wary, each school guarding its magical knowledge jealously, each magical government viewing the others with distrust. In such a climate, the creation of an inter-school tournament was not merely an athletic competition, but a revolutionary diplomatic initiative. The Triwizard Tournament may have been conceived as a peace treaty, disguised as a sporting event, a way to bring together young witches and wizards from different cultures in a controlled environment where they could demonstrate their abilities while building mutual respect. Consider the structure of the tournament itself. 3 champions, each representing their school, compete not as teams, but as individuals. This subtle distinction is significant. While they carry the pride of their institutions, the champions stand alone in the tasks, judged on their own merits rather than national identity. This arrangement subtly undermines the tribal instinct to see one school as superior to others, instead highlighting the individual excellence that can emerge from any magical tradition. The Goblet of Fire, that ancient, spellbound artifact that selects the champions, may also have been designed with peace-building in mind. By removing the selection process from human hands, the goblet eliminates accusations of favoritism or manipulation. The impartial judge ensures that the most worthy representatives are chosen, regardless of political considerations or the personal preferences of school heads. In diplomatic terms, this neutrality would have been essential for establishing trust between institutions with centuries of separation and suspicion between them. Perhaps most telling is the nature of the tasks themselves. While dangerous and demanding, they consistently require qualities that transcend mere magical power. Courage, ethical judgment, problem-solving, and ingenuity are tested alongside wand work. These are precisely the virtues needed for peaceful cooperation and understanding between different magical cultures. The dragon challenge, for instance, can be approached through direct confrontation or through cleverness and misdirection, allowing different magical traditions to showcase their particular strengths while accomplishing the same goal. The second task, with its underwater rescue of a loved one or friend, explicitly tests the champion's capacity for compassion and self-sacrifice, qualities essential for genuine peace. And the final maze, with its disorienting challenges and isolation, might represent the difficult path toward understanding that separated communities must navigate, with the Tri-Wizard Cup at the center symbolizing the reward of unity achieved through shared struggle. Even the Yule Ball, often regarded as merely a festive interlude, takes on deeper significance when viewed through this lens. The formal dance brings together students from all three schools in social harmony, encouraging relationships that cross institutional boundaries. Young witches and wizards who might otherwise never interact are given the opportunity to see one another, not as foreign competitors, but as peers with shared experiences and emotions. The deliberate pairing of students from different schools, through the champion-led opening dance, underscores this intention. What makes this theory particularly compelling is the historical timing of the tournament's founding. The late 13th century was not only a period of conflict, but also a time when the International Confederation of Wizards was in its nascent stages, struggling to establish standards for magical cooperation across borders. The creation of a structured competition between the three largest European wizarding schools would have aligned perfectly with these early efforts at international magical governance. Moreover, this perspective explains why the tournament continued for centuries, despite its dangers and occasional fatalities. If it were merely a sporting competition, such risks might have seen it abandoned long ago. But if the tournament served as a cornerstone of magical diplomacy, a regular renewal of peaceful intentions between different wizarding communities, then its importance would have justified the hazards involved, at least in the minds of those who understood its deeper purpose. The suspension of the tournament in 1792, following the release of a cockatrice that injured the heads of all three schools, can also be understood differently through this theoretical framework. This was not simply a response to a dangerous incident, but perhaps came during a period when magical cooperation had strengthened to the point where the symbolic peace-building of the tournament seemed less necessary. Its reinstatement in Harry's time, after the fall of Voldemort and a period of relative harmony, may have been a recognition that peace requires constant cultivation, that new generations need their own opportunities to build bridges between different magical traditions. Interestingly, the tournament that Harry experienced included additional peace-building elements. The inclusion of students beyond the chosen champions, bringing entire delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang to live at Hogwarts, expanded the cultural exchange exponentially. Hundreds of young witches and wizards shared classes, meals, and living spaces for an entire academic year, creating countless opportunities for prejudices to be challenged and friendships to form. This expanded tournament format could be seen as an evolution of the original peace-building mission, adapted for modern times when travel between magical communities had become easier but true understanding remained elusive. By involving more students, the modern tournament could sow the seeds of international magical cooperation more widely than ever before. Of course, the tragic events surrounding the Tri-Wizard Cup in the graveyard of Little Hangleton represented a perversion of the tournament's noble purpose. Voldemort, in his desire to use the competition for his own resurrection, corrupted the very instrument of peace into a tool of conflict, a symbolic act that presaged his wider assault on magical cooperation and understanding. It is perhaps grimly fitting that the Dark Lord would choose to undermine an institution created to heal the very divisions and hatreds he sought to exploit. And yet, even in this corruption, we can see the enduring power of the tournament's original purpose. The support that developed between the champions during their shared ordeal, Harry's determination to save Cedric in the maze, Fleur's gratitude for her sister's rescue, Crumb's growing respect for his competitors, demonstrated how the tournament continued to forge bonds across boundaries, even as dark forces sought to use it for division. Imagine now those ancient wizards and witches who first conceived of the Tri-Wizard tournament, gathering perhaps in some forgotten chamber, concerned not with glory or entertainment, but with the future of a fractured magical world. They created not merely a competition but a tradition that would outlive them by centuries, designed to guide young magical people toward cooperation rather than conflict, toward understanding rather than suspicion. In their wisdom, they disguised this peace treaty as a sporting event, knowing perhaps that competition within a framework of rules and respect could transform potential enemies into worthy opponents, and eventually into friends. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question: what traditions in our own lives might serve deeper purposes than we recognize? What games and ceremonies that we take for granted might have been designed generations ago to heal wounds or build bridges that we've forgotten ever existed? Chapter 4. Why Nicholas Flamel has multiple philosopher's stones. The ancient study of alchemy whispers its secrets through time, and among its greatest mysteries stands the philosopher's stone, that legendary substance capable of transforming base metals into gold and producing the elixir of life. In the wizarding world, one name is forever linked to this miraculous creation: Nicholas Flamel, the immortal alchemist who, with Albus Dumbledore, unraveled the stone's secrets. But what if the story we've been told conceals an even more extraordinary truth? What if Flamel, in his centuries of life, created not one philosopher's stone, but many? The canonical narrative presents us with a seemingly straightforward account. Flamel created a single stone, which sustained him and his wife Perenelle for over 600 years. When the stone was threatened by Voldemort in Harry's first year at Hogwarts, Flamel agreed to its destruction, accepting that he and his wife would finally pass on to the next great adventure. Yet this account, when examined closely, contains subtle inconsistencies and logical gaps that suggest a more complex reality. Consider first the nature of the Philosopher's Stone itself. Though often imagined as a ruby-like gem, alchemical texts describe the stone not as a single object but as a substance, a powder or elixir that represents the culmination of the alchemical process. The stone's physical form would matter less than its transformative properties. If Flamel truly mastered this process, why would he limit himself to creating it only once? A prudent alchemist, facing the prospect of centuries of life, would surely prepare contingencies. The historical Nicholas Flamel, upon whom Rowling based her character, was indeed a real figure who lived in Paris during the 14th and early 15th centuries. While Muggle historians dismiss claims of his alchemical success, the wizarding account confirms his achievement. What's particularly interesting is that even in Muggle legends, Flamel was said to have performed his transmutation multiple times, not as a single dramatic event, but as a repeatable process. This suggests a fundamental principle: the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, once mastered, becomes replicable. Imagine Flamel in his laboratory, having achieved what countless alchemists had sought for millennia. The first stone would represent not just a miraculous object, but proof of a perfect method. Would such a methodical scholar, having documented the precise steps to create such power, simply lock away his notes and rely on a single artifact for 6 centuries of life? It seems far more likely that he would refine his process, creating additional stones as both insurance against loss and as opportunities to experiment with variations of his formula. The logistics of the Flamel's extraordinarily long life provide another clue. For over 600 years the couple remained hidden yet active in alchemical circles. They would have needed to relocate periodically, assume new identities, and navigate the complexities of living far beyond a normal lifespan without drawing dangerous attention. During this time, they would have faced countless threats, from dark wizards coveting their secret, to natural disasters, to simple theft. Relying on a single stone for their immortality would have been remarkably careless, akin to a modern person keeping their entire fortune in a single place without any backup. There is also the curious matter of Dumbledore's involvement. The headmaster acknowledges that he and Flamel worked together on alchemical projects, yet Dumbledore himself never created or possessed his own Philosopher's Stone, despite being perhaps the most brilliant wizard of his age. This seeming contradiction makes more sense if we consider that Flamel may have been selectively protective about certain aspects of his process, sharing much of his knowledge with Dumbledore, while keeping the final crucial steps of stone creation to himself. This secretiveness would make particular sense if Flamel had multiple stones and wished to keep their existence hidden. The events surrounding the stone in Harry's first year raise further questions. Flamel entrusts his stone to Dumbledore, who hides it at Hogwarts, a decision that seems strangely reckless if this were truly the only source of the Flamel's extended life. More logical would be that this particular stone was one of several, important enough to protect but not the sole lifeline for the ancient couple. This would explain why Flamel could agree to its destruction relatively easily. He would still have others in his possession. Consider also the Flamel's eventual death after the stone's destruction. While the official account suggests they had just enough elixir stored to put their affairs in order, this timeline seems conveniently neat. What if instead, the couple simply used the destruction of the Hogwarts stone as an opportunity to publicly die, while continuing their existence with another stone? After 6 centuries of life, they might well have wished for the freedom that comes with being believed dead, especially as Voldemort's return threatened to make them targets once again. The multiple stones theory gains further credibility when we consider the practical challenges of using a single stone over 6 centuries. The stone's power lies not just in its creation, but in its application, regularly producing the elixir of life and transmuting metals as needed. Constant use over such an extended period would likely cause wear or changes to the stone itself. Having multiple stones would allow some to rest while others were active, preserving their power and providing redundancy. If we accept the possibility that Flamel created multiple stones, an intriguing question arises: where might these additional stones be now? The most likely scenario is that they remain hidden in locations known only to Flamel himself, perhaps with enchantments ensuring they would be destroyed upon the true death of their creator. Alternatively, Flamel might have entrusted them to various wizarding institutions or individuals under powerful protective spells, creating a distributed network of his legacy that would survive even if some stones were discovered or destroyed. More radical possibilities emerge as well. What if Flamel shared his additional stones with a select few throughout history? This could explain certain mysterious figures in wizarding history who demonstrated unusual longevity or knowledge. Perhaps there exists a small secret society of stonekeepers, preserving Flamel's gift and wisdom across generations while remaining hidden even from the wider wizarding world. The existence of multiple Philosopher's Stones would have profound implications for wizarding history and the nature of power in the magical world. Unlike Horcruxes, which extend life through darkness and fragmentation of the soul, the Philosopher's Stone represents the highest achievement of magical knowledge, a culmination of understanding rather than a perversion of natural law. Flamel's potential creation of multiple stones would represent not greed but wisdom, the prudent action of someone who understood that knowledge so powerful must be preserved through redundancy rather than concentrated in a single vulnerable object. It also raises fascinating questions about Flamel's true character and motivation. Rather than a reclusive immortal clutching his one precious creation, he emerges as a more complex figure, a guardian of profound knowledge who took careful steps to ensure its preservation while preventing its misuse. This would align with the description of Flamel as an opera-loving, gentle figure who used his extraordinary gift not for dominance, but for quiet, extended observation of the human experience. As the boundaries between wakefulness and dreams grow soft around you, consider this pause. Subtlety somewhere in the world, perhaps in a vault beneath Paris, or a hidden chamber in some ancient library, or even disguised as an ordinary pebble in a garden, a Philosopher's Stone might still exist, waiting for the next alchemist wise enough to recognize it, yet humble enough to use it well. What other magical secrets might lie hidden in plain sight, their multiplicities concealed by the assumption of uniqueness? Chapter 5. The Truth about Hermione's parents being magical. The gentle glow of evening settles over the world of magical theory as we turn our attention to one of the wizarding world's most brilliant minds, Hermione Granger, whose exceptional magical abilities have led many to question the official narrative of her parentage. While the canonical story presents Hermione as a Muggle-born witch, born to dentist parents with no magical heritage, there exists a compelling theoretical perspective that suggests a more complex truth may lie beneath this seemingly straightforward account. What if Hermione's parents possessed magical abilities they carefully concealed? What if the brightest witch of her age came not from Muggle roots, but from a deliberately hidden magical lineage? The foundation of this theory rests on Hermione's remarkable magical aptitude from her earliest days at Hogwarts. Even before arriving at school, she had memorized her textbooks and successfully attempted a number of spells. During her first year, she demonstrated capabilities that surpassed many of her classmates from established wizarding families. This exceptional ability seems unusually developed for someone with no prior exposure to magical practice or heritage. Consider the statistical improbability. While Muggle-born witches and wizards certainly exist in the Harry Potter universe, those who demonstrate Hermione's level of intuitive understanding and natural skill are vanishingly rare. Even Harry, himself raised without knowledge of his magical heritage, but descended from a powerful wizarding family, struggled with many aspects of magic that Hermione mastered effortlessly. This disparity hints at the possibility that Hermione's facility with magic stems not from random genetic chance, but from inherited magical aptitude, carefully nurtured perhaps, but fundamentally present in her bloodline. The theory becomes more intriguing when we examine the specific character of Hermione's parents. What do we actually know about Mr. and Mrs. Granger? They are portrayed as supportive but perpetually peripheral to their daughter's life. They permit her extended absences at Hogwarts, and with the Weasleys without apparent concern. They accommodate her unusual pet and her increasingly strange school supplies. Most tellingly, they accept the existence of magic with remarkable equanimity, showing none of the shock, disbelief, or fear that might be expected from true Muggles encountering such a paradigm shift. Consider the scene when Hermione modifies her parents' memories and sends them to Australia for their protection. This complex magic, performed by an underage witch outside of school, suggests not only Hermione's exceptional ability, but also perhaps a tacit understanding between her and her parents about such magical intervention. Would truly non-magical parents, no matter how supportive, so readily have their identities altered and their lives uprooted? Or is it more plausible that the Grangers already understood the necessity of assuming new identities when dangerous circumstances arose? This leads us to the theoretical heart of the matter. What if Hermione's parents were not Muggles at all, but wizards in hiding? Perhaps they were magical people who, for reasons of safety or principle, chose to live as Muggles, practicing dentistry and integrating fully into non-magical society. This would explain their comfort with magical concepts, their willingness to let their daughter participate in a world ostensibly foreign to them, and their relative absence from the narrative. They were not confused. Muggles being protected from a world they couldn't understand, but conscious participants in keeping Hermione's true heritage concealed. Several compelling circumstances might explain why magical parents would choose to live as Muggles. The first and most obvious relates to the First Wizarding War. In the conflict with Voldemort, many magical families went into hiding to protect themselves. Most, like the Potters, hid within the wizarding world under magical protection. But perhaps the Grangers took a more radical approach, hiding in plain sight in the Muggle world, where Death Eaters would be less likely to search for them. Their dental practice would provide the perfect cover, a profession requiring intelligence and dexterity, both qualities that would transfer well from wand work, yet thoroughly Muggle in its technology and practice. Another possibility is that the Grangers might have been researchers or unspeakables, wizarding scholars studying the Muggle world and its relationship to magic. Living as Muggles would provide them with unparalleled insight into non-magical society, while raising their daughter with awareness of both worlds would create a bridge between these realms of understanding. Hermione's passionate advocacy for Muggle-born rights and house elf freedom might stem not just from moral principles but from her parents' professional dedication to understanding and improving relationships between different magical and non-magical communities. A third, more poignant possibility is that the Grangers might have been wizards who, for personal or philosophical reasons, chose to distance themselves from the magical world. Perhaps they witnessed the prejudice and conflict within wizarding society and decided to seek a simpler life among Muggles. Their daughter's natural magical ability would have manifested regardless of this choice, but they might have hoped to give her the freedom to decide for herself which world she would ultimately inhabit. This perspective casts Hermione's character development in a fascinating new light. Her initial rigid adherence to rules and desperate accumulation of knowledge could be seen not merely as the behavior of an overachieving student, but as the actions of someone trying to prove herself worthy of a heritage she knows exists, but cannot openly claim. Her passionate defense of Muggle-borns would carry a hidden dimension, protecting not just others like her supposed self, but maintaining the cover that kept her family safe. If we accept this theoretical framework, certain canonical events take on new significance. Consider Hermione's reaction to being called Mudblood by Draco Malfoy. While presented as genuine hurt over a slur against her birth status, it might instead reflect indignation at the ignorant assumption about her lineage, an assumption her family had carefully cultivated for their protection, but which nevertheless stung when used as a weapon against her. Similarly, her exceptional skill with memory charms, demonstrated when she altered her parents' memories, becomes less surprising if those same parents had taught her this magic precisely for such contingencies. The ease with which she created new identities for them suggests a family that had prepared for the possibility of needing to disappear, perhaps because they had done so before. What makes this theory particularly compelling is that it resolves several narrative inconsistencies while preserving the essential character developments that make Hermione such a beloved figure. She remains the brilliant, hard-working witch who overcomes obstacles through intelligence and determination. But her journey becomes one not of a Muggle-born, discovering an entirely new world, but of a witch with hidden magical heritage finding her place within a community her parents had chosen to leave, deciding for herself whether to embrace the world they had departed. The implications of this theory extend beyond Hermione herself to our understanding of the wizarding world as a whole. It suggests a greater fluidity between magical and non-magical society than is often acknowledged, the possibility that some apparent Muggles might be wizards choosing to live without magic, and that some celebrated Muggle-borns might in fact come from magical lineages temporally interrupted or deliberately concealed. This perspective adds nuance to the sometimes rigid blood status categories that dominate wizarding discourse. Of course, as with any theory that challenges the explicit narrative, we must acknowledge the possibility that Hermione truly is Muggle-born, her exceptional abilities simply the result of extraordinary individual talent combined with diligent study. Rowling has consistently presented her as such, and many readers find importance in Hermione's canonical status as a Muggle-born, who outperforms many pure-bloods, demonstrating that magical ability has little correlation with wizarding ancestry. Yet the possibility remains, tantalizing and unresolved, that the bushy-haired girl who boarded the Hogwarts Express with her carefully packed trunk and already memorized textbooks carried with her not just the nervous excitement of discovering a new world, but the carefully guarded secret of a heritage deliberately hidden, waiting for the right moment to reveal itself. As you drift toward dreams, consider this question: what other carefully constructed identities might exist within the stories we think we know completely? How might our understanding of characters we've loved for years change if we discovered that the narratives they present to the world conceal deeper truths about who they truly are? Chapter 6. How the Invisibility Cloak Has Powers Beyond Invisibility. The starlight filters through ancient windows as we unfold the silken folds of one of the wizarding world's most extraordinary artifacts, Harry Potter's invisibility cloak. Passed down through generations, this remarkable heirloom appears at first glance to have but one power: to render its wearer invisible to the watching world. Yet, as we look more closely at its appearances throughout the series, subtle patterns emerge, suggesting that this particular cloak may possess abilities far beyond mere concealment, powers that even its bearer never fully recognized or understood. The canonical narrative identifies the cloak as one of the 3 deathly hallows, created by Death himself, and given to Ignotus Peverell, from whom it descended eventually to Harry through his father's line. Unlike ordinary invisibility cloaks, which typically fade or tear with time as their charms weaken, this cloak remained perfectly functional for centuries, its magic undimmed by the passing years. This exceptional durability alone hints at extraordinary properties beyond those of common magical artifacts. But what if its uniqueness extends further still? Consider first the cloak's remarkable ability to shield its wearer not just from human sight, but from magical detection as well. In Harry's 3rd year, when Professor Lupin examines the Marauder's map and sees Harry, Ron, and Hermione returning from Hagrid's, he does not see Peter Pettigrew with them, despite Pettigrew's presence in Ron's pocket as Scabbers. Pettigrew, however, is not wearing the cloak. Only our trio is. This suggests that the cloak might create not just visual invisibility, but a broader field of concealment that can extend to those in close proximity to its wearer, shielding them from magical detection methods that would otherwise identify them. This protective quality appears again when Harry, Ron, and Hermione hide beneath the cloak in the Forbidden Forest while surrounded by Dementors. Despite Dementors' ability to sense human presence regardless of visual concealment, the 3 remain undetected. Similarly, in Hogsmeade, when Harry accidentally reveals himself but quickly covers all but his face with the cloak, the approaching Dementors seem momentarily confused, as if unable to properly sense his presence despite partially seeing him. The cloak appears to shield not just from sight, but from magical and psychic detection of various kinds. Perhaps even more intriguing is the way the cloak seems to interact with space itself. Observers repeatedly fail to notice not just the people beneath it, but also the displacement they create in their environment. 3 nearly full-grown teenagers should create noticeable disturbances: footprints in snow, movement in crowds, or the displacement of objects they pass. Yet these effects are minimized when they wear the cloak. It's as if the cloak doesn't merely bend light around its wearers, but somehow adjusts the very fabric of reality to accommodate their presence without disruption. This spatial manipulation appears most distinctly when multiple people hide beneath the cloak. As the trio grow older, the narrative acknowledges that fitting all 3 of them completely under the cloak becomes increasingly difficult. Yet in moments of greatest need, the cloak still somehow manages to conceal them adequately. Rather than interpreting this as merely an authorial convenience, what if it reflects the cloak's ability to subtly expand its effective area when its wearer's need is most desperate? A magical artifact responsive not just to intent, but to emotional necessity would be extraordinary indeed. The theoretical implications extend further when we consider the cloak's connection to death and perception. As a hallow created by Death, or by the extraordinarily talented Peverell brother, depending on which account you believe, the cloak's power may transcend simple invisibility to touch upon the very nature of perception and existence. In philosophical terms, to be perceived is, in some sense, to exist in relation to others. By removing the wearer from perception, the cloak may create a kind of liminal space, a state of being simultaneously present and absent in the physical world. This liminality might explain some of the cloak's more subtle effects. When Harry wears it, he often gains insights or overhears conversations of critical importance that he would otherwise miss. While this could be attributed simply to people speaking freely when they believe themselves unobserved, another interpretation suggests that the cloak may actually attune its wearer to truths and revelations placing them in the right place at the right time to discover what they need to know. The cloak, in other words, might not just make Harry invisible, it might guide him toward hidden knowledge. Consider the myth of Gyges' ring from Plato's Republic, which granted its wearer invisibility, and consequently the freedom to act without social constraint. The philosophical question posed was whether a person would remain moral if they could act without consequence. Harry's cloak presents this same opportunity, yet Harry largely uses it for necessary purposes rather than selfish gain. What if this reflects not just Harry's inherent goodness, but also the cloak's own inherent properties, subtly influencing its wearer toward constructive, rather than destructive actions? This protective and guiding nature appears most strikingly in the forest, again chapter of the final book. When Harry walks to his death wearing the cloak, surrounded by the spectral figures of his parents, Sirius and Lupin summoned by the resurrection stone, the cloak does not prevent Dementors from sensing his companion's presence, yet Harry himself remains undetected. In this moment, when Harry has fully accepted death, the cloak's deeper purpose, as a means of hiding from death, takes on new meaning, not as evasion of mortality, but as mastery over the fear of it. The cloak conceals Harry not just from physical sight, but from the psychic detection of creatures associated with fear and despair. This connection to emotional and psychic states opens another theoretical avenue. What if the cloak's powers extend to the realm of soul protection? Throughout the series, Harry faces numerous threats not just to his body but to his soul, from Dementor's attempts to administer the kiss to Voldemort's repeated mental intrusions. The cloak never directly shields him from these attacks, yet it often places him in positions where other protections become available. This suggests the possibility that while the cloak cannot directly defend against soul-affecting magic, it may create conditions where such defenses become possible, guiding its wearer towards safety rather than providing it directly. The cloak's connection to Harry's survival extends to its role in uniting the Hallows. Though Harry never consciously seeks to possess all three, the cloak, his first and most constant Hallow, remains with him throughout his journey, eventually leading to the acquisition of the others at precisely the moments they become necessary. This pattern suggests more than coincidence. It hints at an almost sentient quality to the cloak, an ability to influence events toward a predestined convergence of the artifacts. This potential sentience invites us to reconsider Dumbledore's interest in the cloak. He borrowed it shortly before James and Lily's deaths, ostensibly to examine it as a historical curiosity. But what if he recognized in it powers beyond those of ordinary invisibility, perhaps even abilities that could have saved the Potters had it remained in their possession? This would explain his immediate return of the cloak to Harry, despite its obvious utility to the Order of the Phoenix, and his insistence that Harry keep it with him at all times. Dumbledore recognized not just its practical value but its deeper protective qualities, specifically attuned to the Potter bloodline. More radical still is the possibility that the cloak's powers extend beyond the physical world entirely, creating not just invisibility but a form of dimensional displacement. This would explain why beings with enhanced senses cannot detect the wearer, why Moody's magical eye is one of the few methods that can penetrate its concealment, and why the cloak seems to create a space of its own, rather than merely bending light around its wearer. Perhaps the cloak doesn't just hide a person. Perhaps it temporarily shifts them slightly outside normal reality, making them not invisible, but actually absent from the precise dimension others occupy. Such power would truly make it a means of hiding from death, not by extending life unnaturally like the stone, or by defeating opponents like the wand, but by allowing its wearer to step momentarily between the boundaries of existence itself, neither fully present nor fully elsewhere. This interpretation aligns with Ignatius Peverel's story, in which he used the cloak to hide from death until he was ready to depart life willingly, greeting death as an equal. If we accept this expanded understanding of the cloak's abilities, Harry's experiences beneath it take on new significance. His heightened awareness, his seemingly coincidental discoveries, his narrow escapes from detection, All might be attributed not just to luck or narrative convenience, but to the cloak itself, guiding and protecting its bearer, according to principles more complex than mere invisibility. As the night deepens around us and this theoretical exploration draws to a close, we might wonder what other artifacts in our stories and myths might possess powers beyond their obvious functions. What if the tools and talismans we believe we understand have been quietly working in ways beyond our recognition, shaping our paths and guiding our journeys without our awareness? Perhaps the true magic lies not in what these objects do for us, but in what they do through us, connecting us to deeper currents of fate and possibility than we could ever navigate alone. Chapter 7. Why Professor Trelawney is descended from Rowena Ravenclaw. Mist swirls around the North Tower of Hogwarts as we turn our attention to one of the school's most enigmatic figures, Professor Sybil Trelawney, whose perpetual presence in the divination classroom seems as fixed as the stars she studies. Dismissed by many as eccentric and unreliable, she nevertheless delivered the prophecies that shaped the destiny of the wizarding world. Yet beneath her oversized spectacles and shawl-draped shoulders may lie a heritage far more significant than most suspect. What if Sybil Trelawney's prophetic abilities are not merely random magical talent, but the diluted yet powerful legacy of Rowena Ravenclaw herself, flowing through generations to manifest in this unlikely descendant? The canonical text establishes that Trelawney is the great-great-granddaughter of the celebrated seer Cassandra Trelawney, whose prophetic abilities were reportedly genuine and respected. This acknowledged lineage provides the foundation upon which our theory builds, for if magical talents often run in families, might not Cassandra's abilities have come from an even more illustrious ancestor? And who among Hogwarts founders possessed the intellectual brilliance and magical insight that might manifest, centuries later, as prophetic vision? Rowena Ravenclaw stands out immediately as the most likely candidate. Known for her extraordinary wisdom and creative mind, Ravenclaw valued intelligence above all qualities. The diadem she created, which enhanced the wisdom of its wearer, suggests a profound interest in expanding mental capabilities and perception. Divination, at its core, requires precisely this kind of expanded perception, the ability to see beyond ordinary limitations of time and space to glimpse possible futures or hidden truths. Consider the symbolism associated with both women. Ravenclaw's emblem is an eagle, a bird renowned for its piercing vision and ability to soar above the mundane world, seeing patterns invisible from the ground. Trelawney, meanwhile, adopts the imagery of the all-seeing eye in her classroom decor and personal accessories. Both women value the ability to perceive what others cannot, Ravenclaw through intellect, Trelawney through inner sight. This parallel suggests not just coincidental similarity, but inherited predisposition. The geographical connection strengthens this theoretical lineage. Ravenclaw came from the Scottish Glens according to Hogwarts lore. While Trelawney's specific birthplace is never mentioned, her speech patterns and mannerisms suggest someone who may have been raised in relative isolation in rural Britain, possibly in those same Scottish Highlands where certain families might have remained for generations, keeping their bloodlines concentrated and their magical traditions intact. Further supporting evidence lies in the architectural symbolism of Hogwarts itself. Trelawney resides in the North Tower, while Ravenclaw Tower stands in the west of the castle. These elevated positions reflect a shared affinity for height and perspective, both literal and metaphorical. Just as eagles nest in high places to gain better vantage points, both women seek elevation to enhance their perception of the world. The Trelawney feels such attachment to her tower quarters, becoming deeply distressed when forced to leave them during Umbridge's reign, suggests an instinctive connection to this architectural positioning that might have ancestral roots. Let us now consider the nature of Trelawney's prophetic abilities themselves. Her power manifests in two distinct ways: the rare but powerful true prophecies that emerge in a trance state, and her more frequent, less reliable everyday predictions. This duality mirrors what might happen when a highly concentrated magical talent becomes diluted over generations, yet retains flashes of its original potency. If Ravenclaw possessed extraordinary mental capabilities that occasionally extended to prophetic insight, this gift might have weakened through centuries of intermarriage with less magically talented lines, resulting in the inconsistent abilities displayed by her distant descendant. Particularly telling is Trelawney's unawareness of her own true prophecies. She enters a trance state, speaks in a voice unlike her own, and retains no memory of these momentous pronouncements. This suggests a power operating almost independently of her conscious mind, an ancestral gift so deeply embedded in her magical essence that it functions autonomously when circumstances align to trigger it. Such a pattern would be consistent with inherited magic so ancient that its workings have become divorced from the conscious control of its current vessel. What of Ravenclaw's known descendant, Helena Ravenclaw, the Grey Lady? The canonical narrative tells us that Helena died childless after being murdered by the Bloody Baron. However, this account leaves open the possibility that Rowena herself had other children besides Helena, siblings who might have established their own bloodlines that eventually led to Cassandra and Sybil Trelawney. Alternatively, Helena might have borne a child before her death, one whose existence remained secret or unacknowledged in the historical record. Either scenario would allow for Trelawney's descent from the Ravenclaw line while maintaining consistency with established canon. This theoretical connection between Trelawney and Ravenclaw gains additional credibility when we consider their shared outsider status. Despite her legendary intelligence, historical accounts suggest that Rowena Ravenclaw was somewhat removed from her fellow founders, her intellectual focus perhaps making her less accessible than the warm-hearted Hufflepuff or the bold Gryffindor. Similarly, Trelawney exists on the periphery of Hogwarts society, her unusual mannerisms and specialized discipline keeping her separate from the mainstream academic community. This parallel suggests a possible inherited temperament, a tendency toward intellectual or perceptual isolation that persisted through generations. The relationship between these two women may also explain one of the more curious aspects of Trelawney's character, her occasional displays of surprising insight that seem disconnected from her prophetic abilities. When not making predictions, she sometimes demonstrates a perceptiveness about people and situations that belies her apparent disconnection from reality. These moments hint at an underlying intelligence and observational skill that might constitute another, more subtle inheritance from Ravenclaw, not just the rare gift of prophecy, but the more consistent quality of wisdom, diluted but still present across the centuries. Consider too the peculiar nature of Ravenclaw's lost diadem, an object that enhanced wisdom. If Ravenclaw created such an artifact, she must have deeply valued the quality it amplified, perhaps because she experienced firsthand how wisdom could fluctuate or be temporarily diminished. This correlation with Trelawney's inconsistent access to her own prophetic abilities suggests a shared experience of cognitive gifts that come and go, brilliant insight alternating with periods of more ordinary perception. The diadem might have been Ravenclaw's attempt to stabilize precisely the kind of fluctuating mental gifts that her distant descendant would one day experience. The timing of Trelawney's employment at Hogwarts adds another layer to this theoretical connection. Dumbledore hired her largely on the strength of her first great prophecy, the one concerning Harry and Voldemort. But what drew her to apply for the position in the first place? What compelled her to seek employment at Hogwarts specifically, rather than pursuing her divinatory practice elsewhere? Perhaps some ancestral memory or magical affinity attracted her to the school her foremother helped create, an unconscious recognition of belonging that brought her precisely where she needed to be for her most significant prophecy to reach the right ears. If we accept the possibility of this lineage, certain events take on new significance. Trelawney's intense reaction to Umbridge's attempts to evict her from the castle might reflect not just personal distress, but the awakening of an ancestral connection to Hogwarts itself, the blood of a founder rebelling against expulsion from the home her ancestor built. Similarly, her survival through the Battle of Hogwarts, despite her limited defensive magical abilities, might suggest that the castle itself somehow protected her, as it might protect a founder's descendant. This theoretical perspective invites us to reconsider our understanding of magical inheritance throughout the wizarding world. We know that certain abilities, Parseltongue in the Slytherin line, metamorphogus talents in the Black family, can manifest across generations. But what of the Founder's gifts? If Trelawney inherited Ravenclaw's mental acuity in the form of occasional prophetic ability, might other descendants of the Founders walk among the wizarding community, carrying diluted but still powerful echoes of their ancestors' exceptional magic? The implications extend to how we understand Trelawney's role in the overall narrative. Rather than a merely eccentric supporting character whose occasional true prophecies serve plot functions, she becomes a living link to Hogwarts' foundation. Her presence at the school during Harry's time there representing the Founders' continued influence over the institution they created, and the magical community it serves. Her prophecies, in this light, might be understood not just as random divinatory pronouncements, but as the Founders' wisdom reaching across time to guide the school through one of its greatest challenges. As moonlight illuminates the mist around Hogwarts towers, we might imagine an unbroken thread stretching from Rowena Ravenclaw's time to our own, a line of descent carrying fragments of extraordinary magical ability through generations, culminating in the unlikely prophet who foretold the coming of the boy who lived. In Sybil Trelawney's moments of true seeing, perhaps we glimpse not just divination but inheritance, the momentary awakening of a Founder's gift, preserved through centuries to emerge when the wizarding world most needed guidance from its ancient past. As sleep draws nearer, consider this question: what ancestral gifts might flow through your own veins, dormant but waiting for the perfect alignment of circumstances to awaken? What wisdom or talents from generations past might manifest in you, connecting your present moment to a lineage stretching back further than memory can reach? Chapter 8. The secret goblin control of the Ministry of Magic. The flickering candlelight casts long shadows across ancient parchments as we delve into one of the wizarding world's most intriguing possibilities. That beneath the visible operations of the Ministry of Magic lies a subtle but pervasive goblin influence, steering the course of wizarding governance from behind carefully constructed veils of secrecy. While wizards believe themselves the architects of their own political destiny, there exists a compelling theoretical perspective that suggests that true power may rest in hands far smaller, shrewder, and more experienced in the manipulation of both gold and policy. To understand this theory, we must first examine the established relationship between goblins and the wizarding world. Officially, goblins operate Gringotts Bank with near-complete autonomy, managing the vast majority of wizarding wealth, while maintaining a position of neutrality in wizarding conflicts. This arrangement grants them extraordinary economic power, while seemingly keeping them separate from political affairs. But what if this separation is merely an illusion, a carefully crafted facade that allows goblin influence to operate unseen and unchallenged? Consider the physical positioning of goblin influence within wizarding Britain. Gringotts stands at the very heart of Diagon Alley, the commercial center of magical London, while the Ministry of Magic operates nearby, connected by a network of underground passages. This proximity is dismissed as mere convenience, but it might instead represent a deliberate architectural choice, enabling goblin representatives to move between these centers of power without public awareness. The Goblin Nation, with their legendary skill at tunneling and underground construction, could easily maintain secret passages between their domain and the Ministry's deeper levels, pathways unknown even to most Ministry employees. The economic leverage that goblins hold over the wizarding world cannot be overstated. As controllers of the banking system, they determine currency value, manage inheritance transfers, and oversee the storage of not just gold, but also priceless artifacts and heirlooms of powerful families. This position grants them intimate knowledge of the financial circumstances of every significant wizarding family, including those whose members occupy influential ministry positions. Such information would be invaluable for subtle coercion or strategic pressure applied to key decision-makers. More intriguing still is the question of wizarding currency itself. Galleons, sickles, and nuts are manufactured by goblins, their production controlled entirely within Gringotts. This monopoly on monetary creation gives goblins the theoretical ability to expand or contract the money supply at will, a power that could be used to influence economic conditions throughout Wizarding Britain. A sudden shortage of currency could pressure the ministry into policy concessions, while a targeted expansion could fund particular initiatives favorable to goblin interests. The historical context strengthens this theoretical framework. Goblin rebellions punctuate Wizarding history, with violent uprisings occurring periodically over centuries. The conventional narrative presents these as failed attempts by goblins to gain greater rights and recognition. But what if certain rebellions succeeded in ways not recorded in official histories? What if, following particularly strategic conflicts, goblins secured not public victory but private influence, placing loyal agents in advisory positions or establishing secret channels of communication with key ministry officials? This pattern would explain the curious historical fact that despite their apparent military defeats, goblins have consistently maintained or expanded their autonomous control over Wizarding finance. Each rebellion, regardless of its ostensible outcome, seems to have resulted in a slight enhancement of goblin authority within their banking domain. This gradual expansion of power appears incongruous unless we consider the possibility that the public rebellions served as cover for more subtle negotiations and infiltrations. The ministry's structure itself contains anomalies that support this theory. The Goblin Liaison Office, ostensibly created to manage relations with the Goblin Nation, operates with remarkable opacity even by ministry standards. Its activities are rarely mentioned in canonical sources, and its officials seldom appear in public functions. Rather than facilitating wizard control over goblin affairs, this office might instead serve as the formal channel through which goblin directives enter the ministry system, a point of access hidden in plain sight. Consider also the Department of Magical Law, enforcement's curious reluctance to investigate crimes involving Gringotts. When the bank was broken into during Harry's first year, and again when he, Ron, and Hermione infiltrated it in their hunt for Horcruxes, the ministry's response was notably muted. This restraint seems inconsistent with the department's typically aggressive pursuit of magical lawbreakers, unless there exists some arrangement preventing ministry interference in goblin domains, an arrangement that might extend far beyond what is publicly acknowledged. The behavior of ministry officials toward goblins provides additional supporting evidence. Even the most status-conscious ministry representatives, like Cornelius Fudge, demonstrate unusual deference when dealing with goblin representatives. This respect seems disproportionate to the goblin's official position as a partially subjugated magical race, suggesting those officials may be aware of power dynamics invisible to the general wizarding public. Their careful treatment of goblin sensibilities might reflect not courtesy but necessity, recognition that their own positions depend on maintaining goblin approval. Perhaps most revealing is the ministry's monetary policy, or rather, its apparent lack thereof. Despite controlling every other aspect of wizarding society, the ministry exercises remarkably little oversight regarding financial matters. There appears to be no wizarding equivalent of a central bank, no regulatory body monitoring Gringotts' activities, no mechanism for addressing currency manipulation or financial impropriety. This extraordinary gap in governance makes little sense unless the ministry has intentionally or under pressure ceded this authority, creating a domain where goblin power operates unchecked and unquestioned. The goblin approach to wizard conflicts further supports this theoretical perspective. During both wizarding wars, Gringotts maintained official neutrality while continuing to serve all clients regardless of their allegiance. This position protected goblin interests regardless of the outcome, but also gave them unique access to information about both sides of the conflict. Such knowledge, properly leveraged, would allow goblin leadership to subtly influence events by selectively facilitating or impeding financial transactions critical to various factions. Consider Bill Weasley's role as a human liaison between Gringotts and the wider wizarding world. His position as both a Gringotts employee and a member of the Order of the Phoenix placed him at a critical intersection of information flows. While his loyalty to the Order seems unquestionable, his employment required him to maintain Goblin trust. This dual allegiance might have made him an unwitting conduit for selective information sharing, with Goblins learning far more about Order activities through him than he or his colleagues realized. The theory of Goblin control extends beyond economic manipulation to possible magical influence as well. Goblins possess their own form of magic, different from but potentially as powerful as wizard magic in certain domains. The full extent of these abilities remains largely unknown to the wizarding community, as goblins carefully guard their magical secrets. This magical capacity, combined with their extensive network throughout wizarding infrastructure, could enable forms of surveillance or influence far beyond what wizards might suspect possible. During times of ministry corruption, such as Fudge's later years or the Thickness administration, Goblin involvement takes on a different but equally significant theoretical dimension. Rather than directly controlling these flawed regimes, Goblins might have strategically withdrawn certain forms of support or information, allowing problematic leadership to fail at calculated moments. This approach would let wizards believe that they had solved their own political problems through internal resistance, while actually experiencing outcomes orchestrated to serve Goblin long-term interests. The geographical distribution of Goblin influence presents another fascinating aspect of this theory. Beyond Britain, Goblins operate magical banks in wizarding communities worldwide, creating a global network that transcends the relatively limited international cooperation between wizarding governments. This positions the Goblin Nation to potentially coordinate economic policies across borders in ways individual ministries cannot match or even detect. A truly unified Goblin agenda could be implemented internationally, while wizards remain focused on their own national concerns. The theory reaches its most provocative extension when we consider the possible role of goblins in the fall of Voldemort. The Dark Lord's regime actively persecuted magical creatures and threatened the Goblin Nation's autonomy. While officially maintaining neutrality, goblins may have engaged in subtle but crucial assistance to the resistance, perhaps ensuring that certain funds remained accessible to Order members, or slightly delaying transactions that would have benefited Death Eaters. In this view, the outcome of the war served Goblin interests while appearing to result entirely from wizard actions. In the post-war reconstruction, Goblin influence would have reached perhaps its greatest extent. With the ministry weakened and focused on rebuilding, opportunities for establishing new channels of control would have multiplied. Kingsley Shacklebolt's administration, while devoted to reform and justice, would have faced enormous economic challenges requiring Gringotts' cooperation. The terms of this cooperation might have included governance concessions invisible to all but the most senior officials. The portrait this theory paints is not necessarily one of malevolence, but rather of a patient, centuries-long strategy by a non-human magical society to secure its interests within a wizard-dominated world. Unable to achieve equality through direct challenge, goblins may have instead created a system where wizards maintain the appearance of control, while actual power flows increasingly toward goblin hands. The genius of this approach lies in its invisibility. Few wizards would think to question whether the policies they implement truly originate within the ministry or elsewhere. As the candle burns lower, and shadows lengthen across these theoretical parchments, we might wonder how much of what we perceive as wizard governance actually reflects decisions made in unseen chambers beneath Gringotts. How many ministry edicts began as whispered suggestions from goblin advisors? And if this influence exists, does it represent a corruption of wizarding autonomy, or perhaps a necessary check on the more destructive tendencies of wizard kind? As you drift toward sleep, consider this question. In your own world, what unseen influences might shape the institutions you trust to be independent? What subtle currents of power might flow beneath the visible structures of authority, guiding decisions in ways that remain hidden from public awareness? Chapter 9. How Voldemort's snake form was an accident, not intentional. In the depths of Albanian forests, where shadows gather thick among ancient trees, a transformation occurred that would alter the course of wizarding history. Lord Voldemort, stripped of his body after his failed attempt to kill infant Harry Potter, underwent a metamorphosis that left him less than human, his new form bearing striking serpentine characteristics that seemed to reflect his Slytherin heritage. The flat, snake-like nose, the slit pupils, the unnaturally pale skin, these features have been widely interpreted as deliberate choices, aesthetic modifications embraced by a Dark Lord who sought to embody the serpent symbolism central to his ancestry and ambitions. But what if this transformation was not a choice at all? What if Voldemort's snake-like appearance was instead the unintended consequence of desperate magic gone awry? A permanent reminder of magical hubris rather than a symbol of power deliberately adopted. The canonical narrative provides limited details about the exact process by which Voldemort regained physical form in the years before his full resurrection in the graveyard of Little Hangleton. We know that he existed as a spectral entity, less than ghost but more than memory, possessing small animals to extend his tenuous grip on the physical world. We know that he eventually created a rudimentary body, a temporary vessel described as hairless and scaly-looking, dark, raw, reddish-black, thin and feeble, and we know that this intermediate form, sustained by Nagini's venom and unicorn blood, served as a stepping stone to his eventual full restoration. What remains unexplained is why, when finally restored to a complete human body through the elaborate potion ritual in Goblet of Fire, Voldemort retained distinctly non-human features. If the resurrection potion was designed to restore his original form, why did it not return him to the handsome, charismatic appearance of Tom Riddle? The answer may lie not in aesthetic preference, but in magical consequence, permanent changes to his very essence, resulting from the desperate experimental magic he employed during his disembodied years. Consider the nature of Voldemort's existence. After his first defeat, lacking a body but tethered to life by his Horcruxes, he drifted in a state between life and death. A condition unprecedented in wizarding history. No magical text, no dark arts tome would have provided guidance for restoring corporeal form from such a state. Voldemort would have been forced to improvise, drawing on his extensive magical knowledge, but ultimately venturing into uncharted magical territory. In his desperation, the primary vessels available to him were animals, specifically the small creatures of the Albanian forest. For years he possessed snakes in particular, as Quirrell later recounted, describing how Voldemort sometimes inhabited animals, snakes of course being his preference. This prolonged inhabitation of serpentine bodies may have left a permanent imprint on his magical essence, altering the very template of what constituted Voldemort in ways he neither anticipated nor could reverse. The theory gains strength when we consider the fundamental magical principle that repeated magical actions create increasingly permanent effects. Just as a path through a forest becomes more defined with repeated use, so might the channel between Voldemort's consciousness and serpentine form have become increasingly fixed through years of possession. By the time he attempted to create a homunculus body, the serpentine characteristics may have become so interwoven with his magical signature that they manifested physically without his intention. This perspective is supported by the difference between possession and transformation as magical concepts. Throughout the series we see that possession, the temporary inhabitation of another's body, is generally understood not to alter the possessor. Yet Voldemort's case was unprecedented in both duration and frequency. No wizard had previously maintained such prolonged states of possession as a primary form of existence. This unique circumstance may have created unique magical consequences, blurring the usually clear distinction between possessor and possessed. The composition of the rudimentary body Voldemort, created before his full resurrection, provides another clue. Described by Peter Pettigrew as an old piece of dark magic, this temporary form required unicorn blood and Nagini's venom, substances associated with powerful primal magic. Unicorn blood sustains life, but at a terrible cost, while snake venom represents both death and transformation. The integration of these elements into his temporary form may have catalyzed changes that became permanent features of his magical identity, changes that persisted even when he achieved a complete body. Further supporting this accidental transformation theory is Voldemort's documented vanity. The handsome Tom Riddle cultivated his appearance as carefully as his public persona, using his physical charisma as a tool of manipulation. Would such a calculating individual deliberately adopt a form that inspired instinctive revulsion, that marked him instantly as inhuman and therefore threatening, a form that would make infiltration or deception nearly impossible? This choice seems inconsistent with the strategic brilliance that characterized most of Voldemort's planning. More likely is that Voldemort, faced with the reality of his transformed appearance, retroactively embraced it as symbolic, converting an unintended consequence into a seeming choice. This pattern of behavior would be consistent with his demonstrated ability to adapt to setbacks, to reframe failures as steps towards some greater design. Unable to restore his handsome human appearance, he would have incorporated his serpentine features into his fearsome mystique, allowing followers and enemies alike to believe the transformation intentional rather than acknowledging even this small loss of control. The resurrection ritual itself presents additional evidence for this theory. The potion required bone of the father, flesh of the servant, blood of the enemy, components that should theoretically restore Voldemort to a form resembling his original body, derived as it was from his father's genetic material. Yet the resulting form retained snake-like features, suggesting that something in Voldemort's magical essence had been permanently altered beyond what even this powerful ritual could fully restore. This perspective casts Voldemort's relationship with Nagini in a new light as well. His unusual bond with the Great Serpent, later revealed to contain a fragment of his soul, might have originated not just from Parseltongue ability or strategic necessity, but from a deeper recognition of his own inadvertently altered nature. Nagini represented not just a Horcrux but a reflection of what Voldemort had unintentionally become, a visual embodiment of the price he had paid for immortality beyond the dividing of his soul. If we accept that Voldemort's serpentine form was accidental rather than chosen, certain moments in the narrative take on deeper significance. His fury when Harry mentions his Muggle father and the graveyard scene might be fueled not just by hatred of his parentage, but by the reminder that his father's blood failed to restore his fully human appearance. His obsession with the Elder Wand might include hope that its legendary power could repair what conventional magic could not, returning him to the handsome form that once helped him charm and manipulate others so effectively. This accidental transformation would represent a profound irony in Voldemort's journey. In seeking to transcend human limitations through Horcruxes, he inadvertently surrendered his human appearance. In dividing his soul to avoid death, he compromised his ability to fully live as the human he once was. The very measures taken to secure immortality left him permanently altered, marked visibly by the dark paths he had traveled. The theory extends to considerations of Voldemort's psychological state as well. The gradual loss of his human appearance parallels his diminishing capacity for human emotions and connections. As his outward form became increasingly serpentine, his inner experience grew more alien, more disconnected from human concerns and perspectives. What began as physical alteration may have accelerated psychological transformation already underway through Horcrux creation, each change reinforcing the other in a cycle of increasing inhumanity. For Voldemort, who prized control above all else, such an unintended permanent transformation would constitute a profound failure, one he would conceal at all costs. Far better to let the world believe his serpentine features a deliberate choice, a proud declaration of his Slytherin heritage, than to acknowledge even this small loss of mastery over his own magical destiny. This deception would extend even to his closest followers, perhaps even to himself, as he rewrote the narrative of his transformation to preserve the illusion of perfect control. In the final analysis, Voldemort's snake-like appearance serves as a powerful metaphor for the consequences of his choices, but perhaps not in the way most readers assume. Rather than symbolizing a deliberate embrace of his darker nature, These features may instead represent the unintended cost of magical experimentation without ethical constraint, of pushing beyond established boundaries without fully understanding the consequences. His transformation becomes not a triumph of dark design, but a cautionary tale of magic misused, a physical manifestation of the principle that even the greatest wizards cannot fully control the deepest currents of magical consequence. As the night deepens around us and this theoretical exploration draws to a close, consider this question: what unintended transformations might shape our own lives when we pursue goals with single-minded determination? What aspects of ourselves might we inadvertently alter when we focus exclusively on our destinations, paying little heed to the paths we travel or the vessels that carry us there? Chapter 10. Why Harry's Patronus changed after Voldemort's soul was removed. The silver stag bounds through the darkness of memory, its spectral light illuminating the shores of the Black Lake, driving back hundreds of Dementors with its radiance. Harry Potter's Patronus, the guardian that emerged from his wand in moments of greatest need, took the form of a stag, widely understood as a connection to his father, whose own animagus form was the same majestic creature. This powerful manifestation of positive energy served as Harry's signature protective spell throughout his years at Hogwarts. Yet keen observers of magical phenomena have proposed an intriguing theoretical possibility that Harry's Patronus underwent subtle but significant changes after Voldemort's soul fragment was removed from him during the Battle of Hogwarts, changes that reflected his newly undivided magical essence. The canonical text does not explicitly state that Harry's Patronus changed form after his forced confrontation with Voldemort. Indeed, the stag remained his guardian symbol, maintaining the precious connection to James Potter that meant so much to the young wizard. But what if the change was not in form but in quality, in the very nature and character of the spectral guardian that answered his call? What if, freed from the influence of Voldemort's parasitic soul fragment, Harry's Patronus became purer, stronger, and more completely his own? To explore this theory, we must first understand the profound magical event that occurred in the Forbidden Forest. When Voldemort cast the killing curse at Harry, the spell destroyed the Horcrux within him, but left Harry himself alive. This moment represented more than mere survival. It was a fundamental reconfiguration of Harry's magical identity. For nearly 17 years, his magic had developed and functioned while intertwined with a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Every spell he cast, every magical ability he developed, existed in the context of this unwanted connection. The Patronus charm, perhaps more than any other magic, draws directly from the caster's innermost self. The incantation Expecto Patronum translates roughly to, "I await a protector," calling forth a guardian that represents the caster's hidden strengths in nature. Harry's stag Patronus reflected both his connection to his father and his own noble protective character. But what if the presence of Voldemort's soul fragment subtly influenced this manifestation? What if the stag we witnessed throughout the series was not purely Harry's Patronus, but a composite expression? Harry's intended form filtered through the distorting presence of Voldemort's parasitic essence. Consider that Voldemort himself could not cast a Patronus. As Rowling has confirmed in supplementary materials, the Dark Lord lacked the necessary positive emotional capacity to produce this particular magic. His soul, fragmented by multiple Horcrux creations and corrupted by unspeakable acts, could not generate the pure positive energy the charm requires. Yet within Harry, a fragment of that same soul existed alongside a spirit capable of producing one of the most powerful Patronuses ever witnessed by the wizarding community. This contradiction creates a fascinating magical question: how did Harry's Patronus function with Voldemort's soul fragment present? One theoretical possibility is that the fragment, unable to prevent the Patronus from forming, nevertheless influenced its quality, perhaps diminishing its potential power, or adding subtle characteristics that would not have been present in a Patronus produced by Harry's undivided soul. After the forest confrontation, when Harry returned to the battle with his soul intact and solely his own, Any spell he cast would be an undiluted expression of his personal magic. If he had occasion to cast a Patronus in the years following Voldemort's defeat, the stag that emerged would be purely Harry's, untainted by any foreign spiritual influence. The form would remain the same, preserving the connection to his father that defined so much of Harry's identity, but its essence would be transformed. What might such changes look like to an observer? Perhaps the post-Voldemort Patronus would appear brighter, its silver light more intense and unwavering. Its movements might display greater confidence and precision, no longer carrying the subliminal hesitation that could have resulted from the conflicting essences within its caster. Most significantly, its effectiveness against dark creatures might be enhanced, its power to repel Dementors strengthened by the purity of its source. For Harry himself, the experience of casting the charm might feel different. Throughout the series, producing a Patronus required intense concentration and emotional effort from him, despite his natural aptitude for the spell. After Voldemort's soul fragment was destroyed, Harry might find the charm coming more easily, flowing more naturally from his wand, with less internal resistance. The positive memories he used to fuel the spell would connect more directly to his magic, unimpeded by the dark fragment that had previously dwelled within him. This theory gains additional support when we consider the broader pattern of Harry's magical development after Voldemort's defeat. His scar, once a conduit for visions and pain, became an ordinary scar. His ability to speak Parseltongue, derived from Voldemort's soul fragment, faded away. These changes demonstrate how deeply the Horcrux had influenced Harry's magical abilities and experiences, suggesting that all his magic, including his Patronus, would have been affected by both its presence and its removal. The connections between soul, emotion, and magic are central to understanding the wizarding world. The Patronus charm exemplifies this interconnection, requiring the caster to draw upon their happiest memories to produce a guardian that reflects their true nature. For most wizards, this process involves a straightforward channeling of their singular spiritual essence. For Harry, however, the process was complicated by the presence of a foreign soul fragment, one fundamentally opposed to the positive emotional state the charm requires. Imagine the magical conflict that might have occurred within Harry each time he cast the charm. His own soul would provide the necessary positive energy, while Voldemort's fragment would resist the very emotion needed to fuel the spell. The stag Patronus that emerged represented Harry's triumph over this internal resistance, a victory of his love and courage over the darkness he unknowingly harbored. But this victory always required overcoming an obstacle that other wizards did not face, potentially limiting the full expression of his Patronus. After the forest, this internal conflict would be resolved. Harry's happy memories of his parents, his friends, his moments of belonging in the wizarding world would connect directly to his magic without the interfering presence of Voldemort's soul. The stag Patronus would emerge from an undivided source, its power no longer diminished by the draining effect of the Horcrux. In essence, Harry would experience the Patronus charm as it was meant to be experienced, as the pure magical expression of his innermost positive self. This transformation mirrors Harry's broader personal journey throughout the series. From the moment Voldemort's soul fragment was inadvertently attached to him as an infant, Harry's development, magical, emotional, and psychological, occurred under its influence. His journey toward self-discovery was complicated by the presence of this foreign element, making it difficult for him to distinguish which aspects of himself were truly his own. The destruction of the Horcrux represented not just a decisive moment in the battle against Voldemort, but a critical step in Harry's self-realization. The changed Patronus, then, becomes a powerful symbol of Harry's completed identity, of his final emergence as wholly himself. While maintaining the form that connected him to his father and heritage, its quality would reflect his newfound wholeness. The stag would bound forth not just as a symbol of James Potter's protection, but as the fullest expression of Harry's own undivided magical power. For those privileged to witness both versions of Harry's Patronus, before and after the soul fragment's destruction, the difference might be subtle but profound. The pre-forest stag, though powerful enough to drive away hundreds of Dementors, carried within its spectral form the shadows of Harry's unwanted connection to Voldemort. The post-forest stag would shine with a clarity and brilliance born of Harry's complete ownership of his magic, undiminished by any competing essence. In the years following Voldemort's defeat, as Harry built a life beyond the struggles that defined his youth, his Patronus would take on additional layers of meaning, no longer just a defense against Dementors or a connection to his lost father. It would become a reminder of his hard-won wholeness, a testament to the possibility of emerging complete and undamaged from even the most profound spiritual violation. Each time he cast the charm, whether as an aura protecting others, or simply to send a message to loved ones, the stag that appeared would represent not just protection, but personal triumph. As the soft veil of sleep begins to draw near, consider this question: how might our own expressions of inner strength and character change if aspects of ourselves that do not truly belong to us were finally released? What brilliance might emerge when we stand fully as ourselves, undivided and whole in the expression of our truest nature? Chapter 11. How Peeves is a manifestation of students' mischief. The corridors of Hogwarts fall silent as midnight approaches, but the stillness never quite settles completely. In the shadowed passages where generations of students have wandered, whispered and wondered, something else moves. A being neither fully ghost nor quite solid, cackling with delight at chaos created and rules broken. Peeves, the poltergeist, that eternal trickster of Hogwarts school, appears at first glance to be simply an independent magical entity, a mischievous spirit who has haunted the castle since time immemorial. Yet what if Peeves is something far more fascinating and profound, not merely a resident of Hogwarts, but a creation of it? What if this cackling agent of chaos is actually a magical manifestation born from the collective mischievous energy of thousands of students who have passed through the castle's halls over the centuries? The canonical information about Peeves' origins is notably sparse. Unlike the ghosts of Hogwarts, whose human identities and causes of death are known, Peeves has no documented previous existence as a human being. Poltergeists in general are described in wizarding literature as an invisible entity that moves objects, slams doors, and creates other supernatural disturbances. They are said to be created by and feed off human emotions, particularly the mischievous energy of adolescence. This established characteristic of poltergeists offers the foundation for our theory that Peeves is not simply attracted to the chaotic energy of Hogwarts students, but is quite literally formed from it, a magical accumulation of centuries of pranks, rule-breaking, and youthful high spirits. Consider the unique magical environment of Hogwarts itself. The castle is described throughout the series as the most magical location in Britain, saturated with enchantments laid down by the founders and strengthened by centuries of continuous magical occupation. Moreover, it houses hundreds of magically gifted adolescents, young witches and wizards whose powers are still developing, often manifesting in unpredictable ways during emotional moments. This combination, ancient magical architecture, filled with generations of emotionally volatile young magic users, creates the perfect conditions for something extraordinary to form. What makes this theory particularly compelling is Peeves' distinctive personality. Unlike random poltergeist activity documented in Muggle settings, Peeves displays a consistent character with specific traits and preferences. He exhibits an uncanny knowledge of Hogwarts' secret passages, a profound appreciation for pranks of all kinds, and a remarkable resistance to authority, all characteristics that perfectly mirror the collective spirit of the student body across generations. His favorite targets, caretakers, strict teachers, pompous prefects, and his favorite accomplices, mischief makers like the Weasley twins, reflect the general attitudes of the student population. It's as if Peeves embodies the institutional memory of student rebellion at Hogwarts. The theory gains additional support when we examine Peeves' relationship with different authority figures at the school. His ability to be somewhat controlled by the Bloody Baron, makes sense if we understand that the Slytherin ghost represents a particularly feared and respected authority figure in the collective student consciousness. Similarly, Peeves's extraordinary deference to Dumbledore reflects the headmaster's unique standing in the hearts and minds of generations of students, nearly universally respected even by the most dedicated rule breakers. By contrast, Peeves' absolute refusal to obey Umbridge during her tenure as headmistress perfectly captures the near-unanimous student rejection of her authority. If Peeves truly manifests the collective mischievous spirit of Hogwarts students, his behavior would naturally align with their general attitudes toward different authority figures. Those respected by the student body would retain some influence over Peeves, while those despised would find him utterly uncontrollable. Exactly the pattern we observe. This perspective also explains why attempts to remove Peeves from Hogwarts have always failed. Filch's perpetual campaign to convince the headmasters to exorcise the poltergeist has never succeeded, despite the considerable inconvenience Peeves causes. If Peeves is indeed a manifestation of the school's collective student mischief, he cannot be permanently banished without fundamentally altering the nature of Hogwarts itself. He is not merely in the school, in a magical sense, he is of the school, as integral to its character as the moving staircases or the enchanted ceiling of the Great Hall. The physical manifestation of Peeves offers further clues supporting this theory. His appearance, small, wearing outlandish clothes, often bearing implements of chaos like water balloons or walking sticks, resembles a caricatured schoolboy, the embodiment of mischief given form. Unlike the ghosts, who retain the appearance they had in life, Peeves seems designed to visually represent the concept of school-age troublemaking. This suggests he was never a single human who became a ghost, but rather coalesced from the collective magical energy of countless students. Particularly significant is Peeves' relationship with the most legendary mischief makers of Hogwarts. His interactions with Fred and George Weasley demonstrate a kind of kindred spirit recognition. When the twins make their spectacular departure from Hogwarts during Umbridge's reign, they specifically instruct Peeves to give her hell from us. Not only does Peeves obey, but he actually salutes them, a show of respect he offers to no one else in the entire series. This moment suggests a recognition between the physical manifestation of student mischief, Peeves, and its most dedicated human practitioners, the twins, a closing of the circle between creator and creation. The timing and nature of Peeves' appearances throughout the school year provide additional evidence for this manifestation theory. His activity notably increases during periods of heightened student emotion, around exams, at the beginning and end of terms, and during special events like the Triwizard Tournament. This pattern aligns perfectly with what we would expect from an entity that draws its existence from student emotional energy. When the collective mood of the student body intensifies, Peeves becomes more active and powerful. When the castle empties for summer holidays, he presumably becomes more dormant. This theoretical understanding of Peeves also explains his curious position in the school's hierarchy of beings. Neither fully alive nor dead, neither human nor creature, he occupies a unique magical category. The school ghosts treat him as an annoyance, but acknowledge him as a permanent fixture of Hogwarts. The teachers recognize that attempting to remove him is futile. Even the house elves, who maintain the castle in all other respects, make no attempt to control or clean up after Peeves, perhaps intuitively understanding that he is as much a part of Hogwarts as the stones themselves. If we accept that Peeves represents the manifestation of centuries of student mischief, interesting questions arise about his development over time. Has his character evolved as student culture changed through different eras? Might certain traits have become more pronounced during particular generations of students? For instance, did he become more musical after a particularly melodious generation passed through Hogwarts, or more prone to wordplay following a linguistically clever cohort? The theory suggests that while Peeves maintains a consistent core identity, subtle aspects of his behavior might shift to reflect the changing nature of student mischief-making over the centuries. This perspective casts Peeves' role in the Battle of Hogwarts in a particularly poignant light. when McGonagall instructs him to cause chaos for the invading Death Eaters, telling him that it's time to put our differences aside, and that Peeves actually has permission to do what he does best. The moment represents more than just a tactical decision. Symbolically, it acknowledges that the spirit of student rebellion and mischief, qualities often suppressed or punished in ordinary times, have value in extraordinary circumstances. The very energy that makes Peeves a nuisance in peacetime makes him an asset in war. During that battle, Peeves drops Snargaluff pods on Death Eaters and swoops through the castle singing a victory song after Voldemort's defeat. His participation in the school's defense makes perfect sense if he is literally composed of the collective spirit of the student body. As the students fight to defend their school, the magical manifestation of their shared identity joins the battle alongside them. Peeves doesn't fight because he individually chooses to, but because the students whose energy created him are unified in defense of Hogwarts. The manifestation theory also offers an intriguing explanation for why Peeves does not appear in the films. Beyond simple adaptation choices, perhaps Peeves is so intrinsically connected to the magical essence of Hogwarts that he cannot be fully captured or represented outside the actual castle. Within the internal logic of the wizarding world, perhaps attempts to include Peeves in wizarding photographs or memories viewed in a pensieve would show only blurry movement or empty space where the poltergeist should be. His nature too intrinsically tied to Hogwarts itself to be reproduced elsewhere. As we drift towards sleep, imagine the centuries of student laughter, whispers, and rebellious planning that have echoed through Hogwarts corridors. Picture the residual magic from thousands of pranks, from harmless jokes to elaborate schemes, gradually accumulating in the castle's ancient stones. Visualize this energy coalescing year after year into an increasingly coherent form, mischief personified, chaos embodied, the collective spirit of student rebellion, given voice and form as Peeves the poltergeist. As the boundaries between wakefulness and dreams grow soft, consider this question: what collective energies might be manifesting in the spaces you inhabit each day? What shared emotions, repeated over years or decades, might be leaving their invisible marks on the walls around you, perhaps waiting for just the right conditions to take form in ways you never imagined possible? Chapter 12. The ancient curse that's killing pure-blood families. The ancient tapestries of wizarding genealogy tell a curious tale for those with eyes to see the pattern within their faded threads. Throughout the Harry Potter series, we encounter a puzzling phenomenon that has received surprisingly little attention: the apparent decline of the oldest pure-blood families. The Sacred 28, those families deemed truly pure-blood in the early 20th century, show a marked tendency towards smaller family sizes, an increased frequency of squibs, and in some cases complete extinction of their male lines. The Blacks, the Gaunts, the Crouches, and even the Malfoys demonstrate this troubling pattern. While conventional wisdom attributes this decline to the natural consequences of inbreeding, a more intriguing theoretical possibility exists: that an ancient curse, cast perhaps centuries ago, slowly works its inexorable magic against those families most obsessed with blood purity. The canonical narrative provides tantalizing hints of this possibility, without explicitly stating it. Consider the curious case of the Black family, whose elaborate tapestry records a once numerous clan reduced, by Harry's time, to a handful of direct descendants. Sirius Black, the last male heir of the main line, dies childless. His brother Regulus similarly perished without offspring. Their cousins Bellatrix and Narcissa, despite advantageous marriages to purebloods, produced only a single child between them, Draco, while their sister Andromeda, who married a Muggle-born, had a daughter with remarkable magical abilities. This pattern, fertility seemingly inversely proportional to adherence to blood purity, appears too consistent to be mere coincidence. The Gaunt family presents an even more dramatic example. Once powerful descendants of Salazar Slytherin himself, by the 20th century they had deteriorated into poverty, mental instability, and near-squib magical abilities. Despite their obsessive protection of their bloodline, their magic weakened with each generation until only their ability to speak Parseltongue remained as evidence of their once great heritage. Their line ended with Marop Gaunt, whose only child, born of a union with a Muggle, ironically became the most powerful dark wizard in history, suggesting that the infusion of new blood temporarily counteracted whatever was diminishing their magical strength. Even the Malfoys, wealthy and influential, produced only a single heir per generation for several centuries, a remarkably low birth rate for a family so concerned with perpetuating their bloodline. The Weasleys, by contrast, while considered blood traitors by pure-blood supremacists, display extraordinary fertility and magical talent across multiple children. This inverse relationship between blood purism and family prosperity appears consistently throughout the wizarding world. Rowling created, but what if these patterns are not merely natural consequences of genetic isolation? What if, centuries ago, a powerful curse was placed upon those wizarding families most vocal in their persecution of Muggle-borns and half-bloods, a curse designed to gradually diminish and eventually extinguish the very bloodlines they so proudly protected? The timing of such a curse would likely coincide with the establishment of the International Statute of Secrecy in 1692, a period of enormous upheaval in the wizarding world. As magical communities withdrew from open interaction with Muggles, debates about blood status intensified. Certain families, those that would eventually become the Sacred 28, advocated for complete separation from Muggle-born wizards and opposed any integration with non-magical society. This position would have created profound enemies, not just among Muggle-borns, but among many half-blood and pure-blood families who recognized the danger of such extremism. Imagine a coalition of powerful wizards and witches, perhaps led by a particularly gifted Muggle-born who had suffered directly from pure-blood persecution, gathering in secret to cast a curse of extraordinary subtlety and power. Unlike common hexes or jinxes, this magic would operate across generations, gradually weakening the fertility, magical potency, and mental stability of families most dedicated to blood purism. Importantly, the curse would not affect those who rejected blood supremacy, explaining why families like the Weasleys, though technically pure blood, remained unaffected. The nature of such a curse would necessarily be complex, responding to beliefs and actions rather than simply targeting specific family names. It might function almost like a magical algorithm, strengthening or weakening based on each generation's adherence to blood supremacist ideologies. Those who doubled down on blood purism would experience accelerated effects. The Gaunts, with their obsessive inbreeding, deteriorated most rapidly. Those who moderated their views or intermarried with half-bloods might experience a slowing or partial reversal of the curse's effects, explaining the continued prosperity of families that gradually abandoned their most extreme positions. What evidence exists for such a theoretical curse beyond the observable demographic patterns? First, there's the curious fact that knowledge of fertility magic appears notably absent from pure-blood practices, despite their obsession with continuing their lines. In a magical community capable of regrowing bones overnight and transforming people into animals, the inability to address declining birth rates seems conspicuous. This suggests a magical force actively resisting attempts at intervention, precisely what we would expect from a powerful, ancient curse, designed to be undetectable and irrevocable by its targets. Second, there's the psychological component. The increasing mental instability evident in families like the Gaunts and Blacks, Bellatrix's maniacal behavior, the tradition of Black family members who became progressively unhinged, and the deterioration of the Gaunts into near madness suggest more than genetic factors alone. A curse designed to ultimately eliminate blood purist families might reasonably target mental stability alongside fertility, ensuring that even those who managed to produce children would struggle to raise them successfully or maintain their family's social position. Third, there's the selective nature of the decline. Not all pure-blood families suffered equally. Those who maintained moderate views or integrated with the broader wizarding community like the Longbottoms or Potters, maintained their magical strength and until targeted by Voldemort, their family lines. Only those families most vocally and actively committed to blood supremacy experienced the full range of symptoms: reduced fertility, increased squib births, mental instability, and magical weakening. This targeting aligns perfectly with what we would expect from a curse, specifically designed to counter blood purism. The mechanics of such a curse would represent an extraordinary magical achievement, magic operating not just across space, but across time, responding to complex social behaviors rather than simple triggers. Yet the wizarding world does provide precedents for such powerful conditional magic. The protective charm created by Lily Potter's sacrifice responded to intent and choice rather than fixed parameters. The Goblet of Fire could evaluate worthiness across multiple dimensions. Even the enchantment on the Mirror of Erisy demonstrated magic capable of responding to complex psychological states. If such a curse exists, its creators would have designed it with specific ethical parameters. It wouldn't directly harm individuals through external means. There are no reports of pureblood supremacists spontaneously falling ill or suffering immediate repercussions for their beliefs. Instead, the curse operates internally and generationally, manifesting primarily through reduced fertility and magical weakening in subsequent generations. This approach avoids the moral complexities of directly punishing individuals while still creating a powerful deterrent to blood supremacist ideologies. The ultimate irony of this theoretical curse lies in how it contributed to the very behaviors that strengthened its effect. As pure-blood families noticed their declining numbers, many responded by becoming even more obsessive about blood purity, arranging marriages with increasingly close relatives to maintain their status. These actions, the magical equivalent of doubling down on a losing bet, would have accelerated the curse's effects, creating a feedback loop that hastened their decline. The Gaunts exemplify this pattern, their fanatical commitment to blood purity correlating directly with their rapid deterioration. Voldemort's rise can be viewed through this theoretical lens as well, as perhaps the last desperate attempt of pure blood ideology to reassert itself against the magical forces gradually eroding its foundation. His obsession with immortality might unconsciously have stemmed from an awareness of the curse gradually eliminating his maternal ancestors. His gathering of pure-blood supporters represented a concentration of precisely those families most affected by the declining fertility and magical strength that the curse would have caused. Their violence against Muggle-borns can be seen as a rage against the very people they somehow sensed were prospering at their expense. If this theoretical curse exists, it raises fascinating questions about the future of the wizarding world. In the aftermath of Voldemort's defeat, many pure-blood families found themselves at a crossroads. Those like the Malfoys, who showed signs of moderating their supremacist views, might experience a gradual weakening of the curse's effects. Future generations of these families, adopting more inclusive attitudes toward blood status, could see a restoration of the fertility and magical strength their ancestors sacrificed to ideology. This possibility offers a path to redemption without requiring the complete extinction of historically significant magical bloodlines. Conversely, any families that maintained their supremacist views, even after Voldemort's defeat, would continue to experience accelerated decline, perhaps disappearing entirely within a few more generations. The magical community would gradually transform, with the descendants of mixed marriages and Muggle-borns forming an increasingly large percentage of the population. The curse, having served its purpose of countering the most extreme forms of blood purism, would become increasingly irrelevant in a more integrated magical society. As our exploration of this theory draws to a close, we're left with a compelling alternative understanding of the demographic patterns observed throughout the Harry Potter series. Rather than simply attributing the decline of pure-blood families to natural consequences of inbreeding, we can perceive a deeper magical justice at work, a curse that turned blood supremacists' obsession with lineage into the very instrument of their undoing. In the end, those most concerned with blood purity found their blood failing them, while those who embraced diversity flourished, a poetic resolution to centuries of magical prejudice. As you drift towards sleep, consider this question: what other long-term patterns in our own societies might represent not just natural consequences of behavior, but the working of deeper principles, cosmic justice, operating not through immediate retribution, but through the subtle reshaping of possibilities over generations.